Assalamualaikum everyone. Long time. Acha, you guys will find the link in description. Okay? Look for the link in description. Give me a minute. I'll just be back on my desk in less than a minute. Okay? There's a link in description. Let me know when you found it. Please start immediately. We'll discuss it after 2 hours. Okay? And I'll be back on my desk in less than a minute. Okay, so मिल गया सबको link? All right. So good luck and इतना easy paper चलें बहुत अच्छी बात है ये तो when we discuss ये तो तभी पता चलेगा. So solve this and you guys have 2 hours. अभी हो रहे हैं 8:30. We will connect inshallah at 10:30. So 10:30 को हम इसको discuss करेंगे. Probably going to take us another 2 hours. So yeah, good luck. No cheating. Okay. Remember you guys have exams in less than 2 days. So just be honest. Okay, and also before you start, I would appreciate if you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet. 10:30 to 1 hour. So basically, yeah, timer aa jayega. We'll discuss this after 2 hours, okay? Let's not debate whether it's 10:30, 9:30 and stuff like that because I'll give you guys 10 extra minutes, okay? I'll give you guys 10 extra minutes so that in case somebody wants to print it or whatever it is that you want to do, you can do that, okay? But please, those of you who don't want to print it, just be honest with your time, okay? So the time starts now. अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन, क्या हाल हैं आप लोगों के? जस्ट अ मिनट, कर रहे हैं स्टार्ट. So, give me your thoughts first and then I'll start. क्या ख्याल है आपका पेपर के बारे में? अच्छे ख्याल हैं, बुरे ख्याल हैं? Then I'll give you my thoughts. Let's have your thoughts, then I'll give you my thoughts. Just a minute. Difficulty level 8. 3 questions difficult, rest were easy. Got humbled. Circular measure, nahi ho raha. Circular measure was not difficult. I'll tell you myself what I think was difficult in the paper. What was difficult in this paper was equation of circles. Okay, that was difficult. Quadratics was a bit unusual. Okay, the very first question. So, is the maine socha to give you guys a surprise from the very beginning instead of doing it towards the end. Quadratic was slightly, it was not a usual question. You don't get questions like these very often. And then it was what else was difficult? Integration was easy, differentiation was easy, binomial was tricky, it was not difficult. Yeah, so that's what I remember. Okay, that's as far as I remember. Now let's solve. Let's see what's what, and I'll share my screen. Let's get to work. Okay, now I will advise you guys to treat this as the last mock, okay, as the last time that you will put yourself in a testing position. Okay, don't do that, don't do any mocks, don't do any tests after that. After today's class, after today's stream, what I will advise you guys to do is just to relax. Okay, relax, take it easy, and just go over the notes. Maybe tomorrow I'll do a detailed stream of the revision of the syllabus. Okay, but not a mock. Okay, I see a lot of you are discussing Chinese mock, and कोई जो है वो variant 13 के बारे में पूछ रहा है, but my advice is don't do that. Okay, it becomes counterproductive. ठीक है, so ज़रा रूम को करते हैं chill, फ़ोन को करते हैं silent, बल्कि बंद ही कर देते हैं, and let's start. Okay, so question number 1. The curve has equation y equals to 2x square minus 3x plus 1, and a line has equation y equals to kx plus k square, where k is a constant. Show that for all values of k, the curve and the line meet. Now, what's the condition? The condition for a line and a curve to meet is that the discriminant should be greater than 0 or equal to 0. Okay, because if it's equal to 0, it's tangent, they're meeting. If it's greater than 0, it's cutting it twice, they're still meeting. So we merge the two cases and we say that discriminant is greater than or equal to 0. Okay? So let's plug in the equation of the line into the equation of the curve. Achha, I forgot to mention, those of you who are watching, if you would just like the stream and also subscribe to the channel, that would be great. It helps to reach more people, and more people can benefit from it. So 2x square minus 3x plus 1. Now let's shift all the terms to the right hand side. So you have 2x square minus 3x minus kx, okay, and then plus 1 minus k square. So I've shifted all the terms to the right hand side. Achha, the thing is, we don't have to set this greater than or equal to 0. We have to show that it's greater than or equal to 0. Okay, we have to show that the discriminant is greater than or equal to 0. That's what we have to do. So before we do that, let's get all the a, b, and c sorted. So 2x square, we'll keep that as it is. Let's take minus x common. So that's going to be 3 plus k. And then plus 1 minus k square equals to 0. So that means as far as a goes, a is equals to 2. Okay, as far as b goes, now although b is minus 3 plus k, but you guys know that we ignore the minus sign because ultimately it's going to be squared. That's why we ignore it. Okay, so when it gets squared, it's going to become positive anyway. Okay, now when you use the discriminant, notice what happens. You have 3 plus k, the whole thing squared, minus 4 into 2 into 1 minus k square. Okay, so this becomes 9 plus 6k plus k square. Okay, so let's keep this as it is. अच्छा, फिर after that, sir k की value अगर integer में आए तो क्या? Okay, obviously, let's see. Let's first bring this in completed square form. We might actually have to bring it in completed square form. So 9 plus 6k plus k square minus 8. So 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 1 is 8. And then minus 8 minus k square. So that's plus 8k square. Okay, so let's add them up. Let's simplify. Let's see what do we get. So we get 9k square. And then you have plus 6k. And then you have 9 minus 1, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 9 minus 8, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 1. Now, how do I show that this is going to give me a discriminant which is always greater than or equal to 0? How do I show that? Now, what you can do is you can see if you can factorize this. Okay, you can see if you can factorize this. So can we do middle term breaking here? Yes, we can. So 9k square plus 3k plus 3k plus 1. Okay, let's take 3k common. So if you take 3k common, this will be 3k plus 1. And then if you take 1 common, this will be 3k plus 1. Okay, so what do you have? You have 3k plus 1 into 3k plus 1, which is basically equal to 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared. Now, what can you tell me about 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared? What can you tell me about the end result of 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared? No matter what the value of k that we plug in, so you're not supposed to solve this, okay? Now, please don't solve this. Don't set this greater than or equal to 0 and then solve this. अच्छा, हम completing square भी करके देख लेंगे, not a problem. But please understand the difference between when the question says that find the value of k for which the curve and the line intersect, or for which the line is tangent to the curve or the line does not meet the curve. That's a different question compared to a show question. In the show question, you're not supposed to find the value of k. You're just supposed to show that so-and-so condition is always true, no matter what the value of k is. So 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared for all values of k will always be greater than 0. Okay, so 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared will always be greater than 0. Therefore, line and curve meet for all values of k. Okay, for all values of k. Now, what if you do it through completing square? You can do it through completing square also. So you have 9k square plus 6k plus 1. Okay. Now, if you do it through completing square, then you'll have to be a little bit careful. So you will, when you take 9 common, so you'll have k square plus 6 upon 9, which is equal to, so we'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, 6 upon 9 will be 2 upon 3. So k square plus 2 upon 3k. Okay, here's a 9 waiting outside. Okay, we'll leave a bit of space. Now, what are we going to add? We're going to add half of square of the coefficient of x. So that means we're going to add what's half of 2 upon 3. So we're going to add 1 upon 3 squared. And if we're adding 1 upon 3 squared, we will subtract 1 upon 3 squared as well. So what does this become? This becomes k plus 1 upon 3, the whole thing squared. Don't forget this 1 upon 9. Don't forget this 9. And don't forget this 1. So what are you looking at? You're looking at 9k plus 1 upon 3, the whole thing squared, minus, so this will become minus 1 plus 1. Yeah, minus 1 plus 1. So that means 9 into k plus 1 upon 3, the whole thing squared. What kind of a curve is this? This is a quadratic curve which has minus 1 upon 3 as its turning point. So that means if you look at this curve, now remember, the y values of this curve are basically representing the discriminant. Okay, the y values of this curve are basically representing a discriminant. So because this is representing a discriminant, what do we say about the discriminant? We can see that the discriminant is always greater than or equal to 0. Okay, can we say that? We can say that the discriminant is always greater than 0 because on the y-axis, you are basically looking at the discriminant, because this is basically b square minus 4ac. Okay, so why are we saying equal to 0? Because what are the coordinates of the turning point? Minus 1 upon 3 comma 0. So that means the least value of the discriminant is 0. Okay, and the greatest value is, the greatest value can't be determined. अच्छा, एक चीज़ मैं भूल गया, यहाँ पे हम लिखेंगे will always be greater than or equal to 0. Or equal to 0. Okay, for all values of k. So because this is always greater than 0 for all values of k, greater than or equal to 0, so therefore that's the reason why the line and the curve will always meet. Okay, so this is basically how you can answer this question. Okay, but long story short, please understand the difference between solving a question where it says find the value of k and solving a question where it says show that. Okay, now because it's a show that question, you can't find the value of k. Okay, please don't make that mistake where you find the value of k and you solve it like a quadratic equation. That's not going to work. Okay, so now moving on. State the value of k for which the line is a tangent to the curve and find the coordinates of the point. Why are we doing completing square? Okay, we're doing completing square to show that this is always greater than or equal to 0. Okay, completing square से हमें क्या मिलता है? Completing square से we get the turning point, and with the help of the turning point we can see what is the range of the curve. So the range of the curve is greater than or equal to 0. So if the curve is always greater than or equal to 0, this is the curve, right? 9k square plus 6k plus 1. If this is always greater than or equal to 0, that means what is greater than or equal to 0? The discriminant is greater than or equal to 0. And if the discriminant is always greater than or equal to 0, that means the line and the curve are always going to meet. Okay, now this is an alternative way. Okay, this was an alternative method. Okay, this was an alternative method. Okay, now, that method is not correct. You can't just substitute random values because the question says all values. State the value of k for which the line is a tangent to the curve. So line tangent to the curve means b square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. Okay, b square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. So where's the discriminant? Here it is. Now notice the question says state the value of k, so that means there's going to be only one, and find the coordinates of the point, so that means there's going to be only one. So we set this equal to 0. We know that this becomes, we factorized it earlier, but let's do it again. 9k square plus 3k plus 1 is equal to 0. Let's take 3k common. So you have 3k plus 1. Let's take 1 common. So you once again have 3k plus 1 equals to 0. So that means 3k plus 1 times 3k plus 1 is equals to 0. So that means the value of k is basically equal to minus 1 upon 3. Okay. So if the value of k is minus 1 upon 3, now we're going to find out the point of intersection. How will we find out the point of intersection? This is the equation that we get. When we substitute the two equations, we can't solve this for as long as we don't have the value of x. We don't have the value of k. Now that we have the value of k, which is equal to minus 1 upon 3, I'm going to substitute this. So 2x squared into minus x, 3 plus k. So 3 minus 1 upon 3, that's equal to 8 upon 3. So 8 upon 3 plus 1. In fact, let's write this 1 minus 1 upon 3, the whole thing squared. So that's equal to 8 upon 9. Okay, so here's my advice. My advice is make your life easy. 2x squared minus 8 upon 3x plus 8 upon 9. Okay, take the LCM or multiply the entire equation by 9. Multiply the left-hand side by 9, multiply the right-hand side by 9. Okay, so that we can get rid of the value of x. So that we can get rid of the fraction. So you have 18x squared minus 9 times 8. 9, that's going to be 16x. Okay, let me just double check. No, wait, that's going to be 24. Acha wana calculator se check kar liya. Should not trust my mental maths. So 24x plus 8 equals to 0. Now, what you can do is you can make your life even easier. Divide the entire equation by 2. So that would be 9x squared minus 12x plus 4. Okay, now solve. So you're looking for factors of 36. That give you 12. That's minus 6 and minus 6. So 9x squared minus 6x plus 4 equals to 0. Let's take 3x common. So you have 3x minus 2. Let's take minus 2 common. So once again, you have 3x minus 2 equals to 0. So that means the value of x that you have. And all this working, you have to show. Okay, all this working you have to show. Don't take any of this working lightly. Yes, you can use your calculator to check your answer, but in multiple streams, I've mentioned this, that the examiner report has also mentioned this. In fact, I've shown you guys the examiner report. that you are supposed to show your working. Don't just use your calculator to check your answer, but don't you think that it's a substitute for working. So we have to find out the value of y also. So for the value of y, we can use the equation of the curve, which is 2x square minus 2x square minus 3x plus 1. Let's plug in. So you have 2 into 2 upon 3, the whole thing squared, minus 3 into 2 upon 3 plus 1. So you have the y value, which is minus 1 upon 9. Okay. So 2 upon 3, comma, minus 1 upon 9. That's the point of intersection. Okay, and I'll give you guys a summary of this question. I understand this was a difficult question. I'll give you guys a summary of it. So first of all, understand the nature of this question. The nature of this question is not where you're supposed to find the value of a certain constant for a certain condition. No. You're supposed to find out the value of k. You're supposed to show that the line and the curve meet for all values of k. That means you're supposed to show that the discriminant is greater than or equal to 0, okay? Because that's the condition for the line and the curve to meet. Okay, so if you solve it for the value of k, that's not going to earn you marks, and that means you haven't really understood the question. So when you get the discriminant, now it's our responsibility to show that 9k squared plus 6k plus 1 is always greater than 0. So what we do is we factorize it. Once we factorize it, this is what we get. So we can see that 3k plus 1, the whole thing squared, no matter what happens, will always be greater than or equal to 0. You can plug in whatever value of k that you like. This will always be greater than or equal to 0. But here, honestly speaking, we got lucky that we were able to factorize it and we were able to write it as 3k plus 1, the whole thing square. Sometimes you won't be able to do that. So an alternative method is that you write it in completing square form and you show that the y coordinate of the turning point, because that is representing the value of the discriminant, is either 0 or always greater than 0. So when you do that, when you bring it in completed square form, this is what you get. And we can see that the coordinates of the turning point are minus 1 upon 3 comma 0, which means the least y value there can ever be is 0. And what is that representing here? That is basically representing the discriminant. Okay, and all the other y values or all the other basically y values are greater than 0. So that means the discriminant, the least value, will be equal to 0. The greatest value, well, there's no greatest value, but all other values are going to be greater than 0. So the discriminant is greater than equal to 0. Therefore, no matter what the value of k is, it will always intersect. The line and the curve will always meet. Okay, here you're supposed to find out the value of k for which the line is tangent. So we take the discriminant and we set it equal to something and we solve for the value of k. Once you have the value of k, you plug in that value into the equation and of the line and the curve, you equate them, and we've already done that. So all you have to do is solve for the value of x. Once you have the value of x, solve for the value of y. Simple as that. I mean, not simple. Yes, it was a different question, but conceptually, this is how it's supposed to be done. Okay? Using the quadratic formula, show all the values plugged in, okay, and then give your final answer. Okay, you can use your calculator to check your answer. But here's a simple fix. You guys are all smart, hopefully. So the rule is that you leave no evidence that you've used a calculator. Simple as that. They all know that you have a calculator, okay, but the rule is that you leave no evidence that you've used a calculator. Simple as that. Okay, now, question number 2. On a certain day, the height of a young bamboo plant was found to be 40 centimeter. After exactly 1 day, its height was found to be 41.2 centimeter. 2 different models are used to predict its height exactly 60 days after it was measured. Okay. Now, what is the question asking for? The question says, wait, that's not the end of the question. Yes, I will consider this to be a difficult mock compared to yesterday's mock. Okay, that was the idea. So if you found it difficult, it's okay. That's how it was meant to be difficult. Okay. Achha. So model A assumes that the daily amount of growth continues to be constant at the amount found the first day. So what is model A? What is model A? Considering that model A says that the amount of growth continues to be constant, meaning that it's going to increase by the same amount. So what's model A? Model A is basically an arithmetic progression. Okay, and if it's an arithmetic progression, that means the common difference is basically the difference between 40 and 41.2, which is 1.2. Okay. Now, model B assumes that the daily percentage growth of rate continues to be constant at the percentage rate of growth found for the first day. So that means if something from 40 has gone to 41.2, so what's the percentage change? The percentage change is basically 41.2 minus 40 divided by 40 into 100. ठीक है, एक में हम percentage assume कर रहे हैं, एक में हम assume कर रहे हैं कि the change is constant, meaning there is a common difference. So 41.2 minus 40 divided by 40 into 100. So that is basically 1.2 divided by 40 into 100. So that's 3%. Okay, 3%. Or basically the common ratio is 1.03. ठीक है, so हम common ratio ऐसे भी निकाल सकते थे. I just realized that you could have simply done 41.2 over 40, which is equal to 41.2 divided by 40, which is equal to 1.03. ठीक है, same thing. Could have done it like this also. Okay, now as far as the first part is concerned, the first part says using model A, find the predicted height in centimeter of the bamboo plant 60 days after it was first measured. So 60 days after first measured. Now remember, model A assumes what? Model A is an AP with the common difference of 1.2. Okay, so if you're using model A, so Tn is equals to A plus n minus 1 into D. So Tn is equals to the day that it was first calculated, 40. Now 60 days after it was first measured. So how many days are we talking about? How many days are we talking about? If the question says 60 days after it was first measured, that means we're talking about 61 days in total. Okay, so plus 61 minus 1 into the common difference, which is 1.2. So Tn is equals to 60 into 1.2. Okay, 60 into 1.2 plus 40. So that's equal to 112. There you go. Okay. Achha, for those of you who find themselves confused, okay, for those of you who found themselves confused, achha, you don't have to round this off to get the correct answer. The correct answer is 112 without even rounding off. Achha, ab jo log confused hain, okay, for those of you who are confused, here's my advice to you guys. So basically, the first day that it was measured, okay, what was the height? It was 40. Now, one day after the first day, okay, so one day after the first day takes you where? Takes you to the second term. 2 days after the first day will take you to the third term. Okay, so technically the third term is what? The third term is 2 days after it was first measured. Okay, so this is when you first measure it. ठीक है, तो अगर आप लोग डायरेक्टली करने की कोशिश करेंगे, you will always mess it up. Okay, or if you get it right, तो तुक्का होगा. The fourth term would be 3 days after it was first measured. Okay, so please get this right. This is the first time it was measured. The second term would be 1 day after it was first measured. The third day would be 2 days after it was first measured. Okay, the third term. The fourth term would be 3 days after it was first measured. Okay, so do a bit of trial and error to understand how many terms you're talking about. Okay, now using model B, find the predicted height in centimeter of the plant exactly 60 days after it was first measured. So 60 days after it was first measured means that n would be equal to what once again? N would be equal to 61. Okay. सवाल क्या बोल रहा है? Using model ठहरो, let me just confirm. सही. So we're supposed to find out the height. Tn is equals to a or raised to the power n minus 1. So Tn is equals to 40. What's the common ratio? 1.03. Raised to the power n minus 1 means 61 minus 1. Okay, so 60 days after it was first measured means, once again, 61. So let's work this out. Let's see what do we get. 40 into 1.03, close the bracket, raise it to the power of 60. So you get 235.66, and the standard rule is that you always give answers correct to 3 significant figures. So when you give the answer correct to 3 significant figures, that's equal to 236 centimeter. Although you're not supposed to write centimeters, 236 is good enough. So here's the answer. Okay. Okay, so if you ever find yourself confused between what term to take, so just do yourself a favor and make a table and then figure out what's the correct value of n to take. Why 61? अच्छा वैसे इसमें I think even if you take, because this is geometric progression, so even if you take 60, ultimately after rounding off you do get the correct answer. Okay, but that doesn't mean that's an alternative way to do this question. No. If you take 60 to 59 aayega, which doesn't give you the correct answer. You get 228, which is not correct. Okay, so here's the thing. Read the question carefully. If the question says 60 days after it was first measured, so that means you have the first term, and then after that, there's another 60 terms. So what is that equal to? That's basically equal to the 61st term. Okay? Get it? Acha, if you're taking A as 41.2, okay, then it's a different story. Okay, if you take A as 41.2, then you can take 60. That's not a problem. But read the instructions. It doesn't matter what I say or what anyone says. Just read the instructions on the question paper and see what it says. It says round off your answers correct to 3 significant figures. I know isme there is a difference of opinion, okay, but I follow what it says on the question paper. Simple. All right, now find the coefficient of x in the expansion of 2x minus 1 upon x. Okay, coefficient of x, and remember x is in both terms, so that means we are looking for the value of r, which will give us the coefficient of x. So 5cr, 2x raised to the power 5 minus r, 1 upon x raised to the power of r. So we ignore 5cr, we ignore the 2 for a second, so we just focus on x raised to the power 5 minus r into x raised to the power minus r. I've skipped a few steps. When you move it into the numerator, it becomes minus 1. And you want this to give you the coefficient of x. So that means x power 1. So x raised to the power 5 minus 2r is equals to x power 1, which means 5 minus 2r is equals to 1, which means 2r is equals to 4, which means r is equals to 2. Obviously, there's a lot of working that you could have skipped. Okay, but I'm just being as elaborate as possible to make it easy for you guys. Now let's use the value of r as 2 to find out the coefficient of x. So 5c2, 2x raised to the power 5 minus 2, which is equal to 3, minus 1 upon x. Now you might have noticed that I've ignored the minus sign here. That's because it has no role to play. Okay, now obviously it does have a role to play. So 5c2 is 10. I think the answer is 80. 5c2 is 10. 10 multiplied by 8. So that's 80. So we get 80x cubed upon x squared, which is equal to 80x. And because the question is asking just for the coefficient, so make sure you give just the coefficient, that is 80. So do you have to show working for r, or can we take it as... You can do it mentally. Okay, this is not something that you have to show, because an alternative way to do this is trial and error. Okay, so you can do it like that also. That's perfectly all right. Acha, up here, I'm going to solve this question quietly, and I want you guys to tell me what I'm doing wrong. So tell me, what have I done wrong here? Achha, dekho, if you just write 80x, I really don't have the answer to your question, but what I will say is that you're giving the examiner a chance to cut your mark. Simple as that, because you haven't answered the examiner's question. Yeah, so basically what's wrong here is this is a 4-mark question, okay, and this doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure a lot of students might have done this. And maybe we would have done this and they realized that this is not what you're supposed to do. This is wrong. Okay, this is wrong. I know, I did that on purpose. So basically, how should you realize that you're doing something wrong? Here's how you should realize. Achha, I'll leave this so that when I upload the solution, you guys can refer to it and see that this is actually wrong. Now, we have enough space. So let's see what is the correct way to do it. The correct way to do it is that because you're multiplying it by 1 plus 3x squared, and you have an in this expansion, you have a term 80x. So you know that once you multiply 1 with 80x, you get the coefficient of x. Okay, so keep your eyes on the price, the coefficient of x. But what if there is a term which 3x squared can be multiplied with, okay, we don't know whether it's positive or negative, but if 3x squared can be multiplied with, and once again, you get x squared. Up the question is, how will you know what that term is? So think about it. What should 3x squared be multiplied with so that in the end you have x left? That's simple. 3x squared should be multiplied with a term that has x in the denominator. Okay, that has x in the denominator, or it has x power minus 1. Okay, so that means now you are basically, from this expansion, you are looking for the coefficient of 1 upon x. Okay, coefficient of 1 upon x, or the coefficient of x power minus 1. So this is what your thought process should be. Okay, now how do I find out the coefficient of x power minus 1? We know what r boils down to. It boils down to 5 minus 2r. So that means 5 minus 2r is equals to minus 1. So 2r is equals to 6, r is equals to 3. So that means we're going to use r as 3, expanded, that should give us the coefficient of 1 upon x. So 5c3, 2x raised to the power 5 minus 3, minus 1 upon x raised to the power of 3. So 5c3, let's see what that is. 5c3 is 10. 10 into 4, so that's 40x squared upon x cube with a minus sign. So that means this is equal to minus 40 upon x. ठीक है, तो इसी की बात कर रहे थे हम. ये आगे हमारे पास minus 40 upon x. So that means now the correct way to do this would be to multiply 1 with 80x. So that's 80x. And then minus 3 into 40. So that's minus 120 x squared upon x, which simplifies to minus 120x, and 80x minus 120x is equals to minus 40x. And remember, since the coefficient is asking just for the coefficient, the question is asking just for the coefficient, so we write minus 40 as the answer. Okay? Now, question number 4. Show that, अच्छा, for those of you who want me to explain this again, बेटा stream पीछे करके देख लो, ठीक है? और भी लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, उनका ख्याल करना है. Okay, now, tan theta plus 1 over 1 plus cos theta plus tan theta minus 1 over 1 minus cos theta is equals to 2 tan theta minus cos theta over sine squared theta. Okay, so in the denominator, we have 1 square minus cos squared theta. In the numerator, we will multiply this by 1 minus cos theta. So that's going to be tan theta minus tan theta cos theta. This we will multiply by 1 plus cos theta. So we will have, no, wait a minute. Tan theta minus tan theta cos theta plus 1 minus cos theta. ठीक है, 1 को तो multiply करना भूल ही गए. Okay, now let's multiply tan theta minus 1 with 1 plus cos theta. So that would be plus tan theta plus tan theta cos theta. Okay, and now it's time for 1. So minus 1 minus cos theta. अच्छा, इसको center में ले आते हैं. Okay, now let's see what we can cancel. So we can cancel plus 1 minus 1. Let's do that immediately. We can cancel minus tan theta cos theta plus tan theta cos theta. And I think that's about it. So we have tan theta plus tan theta plus minus cos theta minus cos theta. So we have 2 tan theta minus 2 cos theta. In the denominator, you have 1 minus cos squared theta, which is basically equal to sine squared theta. ठीक हो गया? Let's take 2 common. So when you take 2 common, you have tan theta minus cos theta over sine squared theta. ठीक है? This is what you were supposed to do, and that's it. Drop down. Okay, now part 2, hence showing all necessary workings, solve the equation. So there's no point in doing this all over again. You know what this boils down to? This is what it boils down to. ठीक है? And what's this equal to? This is equal to 0. So we cross multiply. This becomes 0. We have 2 tan theta. So I'm going to open the bracket now. 2 tan theta minus, in fact, let's not open the bracket. Okay, let's not open the bracket. So tan theta minus cos theta is equal to 0. 2 bhi udhar jayega. 0 se divide ho jayega. 0 gets divided by 2. So you have tan theta minus cos theta equals 0. So that means tan theta equals cos theta. Now what's tan theta can be, what is tan theta? Tan theta is basically sine theta upon cos theta, which is equal to cos theta. Let's cross multiply. So you have sine theta is equals to cos squared theta. And cos squared theta can be written as 1 minus sine squared theta. And don't forget that you have sine theta here. let's move all the terms to the left-hand side. So you have sine square theta plus sine theta minus 1 equals to 0. Okay, let's make sure this is correct. Now, how will you solve this? You can solve this. We have plenty of space. So you can say let sine theta be is equals to a. So you have a square plus a minus 1 is equals to 0. Okay. Now, let's solve using a quadratic formula. So a would be equal to minus 1 plus minus square root of 1 squared minus 4 into 1 times minus 1 divided by 2n. ठीक है, इतना part आपने कर लिया. After this, you can use your calculator. Okay, so do this, do it till here, and then after this, you can use your calculator. So 1, 1, and minus 1. So you have one value of a to be equal to 0.6180, and the other value of a is equal to minus 1.618. So obviously we can't take minus 1.618, that's not possible. So sine theta is equals to 0.6180, or sine theta is equals to minus 1.618. So this is not possible. Make sure that you mention it. Okay, and let's have a look at the range. The range is from 0 to 90. So that means we just have to take the inverse. No need to do ASTC or stuff like that. So just take the inverse. So sine inverse of 0.6180. Make sure that your calculator is in degree mode. And you have 38.2 degrees as your answer. Okay, sir, will the IGCSE Math non-calculator be like the mock you made? What do you mean, the IGCSE Math non-calculator? The paper, I don't know, beta. I mean, if it is, good for you. Okay, but I just made the mock from the syllabus. All right, now, state the range of the function f. Now remember, you have to get friendly with the function, okay? बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि सर functions की कोई trick बता दें, functions को कोई rule बता दें. There is no rule. There is no rule, there is no trick. You have to get friendly with the function, okay? You have to plug in values, you have to do a bit of trial and error. Only then can you expect to get the answer. Otherwise, if you're just going to sit and wait for, अभी तक अगर कोई shortcut होता, कोई rule होता, so you would have found it easily, right? It would be somewhere in plain sight, but that's not the case. So you're supposed to find out the range, very simple. Let's plug in 2. Okay, so if you plug in 2, you have 8 over 2 minus 2 plus 2. So you have 8 over 0 plus 2, so that means this is basically infinity. Okay, and if you plug in 3, what happens? If you plug in 3, let's see what you get. So 8 upon 3 minus 2 plus 2. So that gives you 10. What happens if you plug in a really large value? If you plug in infinity, then what happens? You have 8 upon infinity, okay, plus 2. And 8 upon infinity is basically a very small value, so this will approach 0. So that means you are basically hovering, 8 upon infinity will approach 0, and then you will have 0 plus 2, which is equal to 2. So that means you are basically hovering between infinity and 2. Okay, so that means the smallest value is 2, the greatest value is infinity. So the final answer would be that f of x is greater than 2. That's it. ठीक है, 8 upon infinity क्या बन जाएगा? 8 upon infinity 0 बन जाएगा. And 0 plus 2 is equal to what? Is equal to 2. So the range is greater than 2. That's the only way to do it. There's no formula, there is no shortcut, nothing like that. Okay? But isn't this reciprocal graph finding the range is simple without working? If you think there's a simple way, then stick to it. No worries. Find the range of the function g. Okay, so for function g, plug in 2. Okay, so you have 8 over 2 minus 2 plus 2. What's that equal to? That's equal to, no wait. Yeah, if you plug in 2, so you have 8 over infinity. This will be equal to infinity. If you plug in 4, so you have 8 over 4 minus 2 plus 2. So that's 8 upon 2. That is 4. 4 plus 2, that's equal to 6. So that means the range of this is basically greater than 6. G of x is greater than 6. There you go. Okay, now state the range of function fg. Okay, now what will be the range of the function fg? Question for you guys. So remember, range of the inner function is equals to domain of the outer function. Okay, remember this rule, RIDO. So that means fg. So the range of the inner function will be equal to the domain of the outer function. How to decide sign? Okay, I don't know what you mean by that. So what's the range of g? The range of g is greater than 6. Okay, so if you plug in a value which is always greater than 6 in this function, what happens? If you plug in a value which is always greater than 6 in this function, let's see, what do we get? You think my part B is wrong? Okay, I don't think so. Pretty sure it's right. So basically, here it is. The range of f of g is basically going to be found by the following rules. g का जो डोमेन, g की जो रेंज है वो कॉम्पोजिट फंक्शन का डोमेन बन जाएगा. ओके, सो g की क्या रेंज है? g की रेंज है ग्रेटर देन 6. ओके, द रेंज ऑफ g इज greater than 6. So if the range of g is greater than 6, then here's how this works. So if I plug in f of 6, so you have 8 over 6 minus 2 plus 2. So 6 minus 2 is 4, 8 upon 4, and 4 plus 2, that's equal to 6. And then if you plug in infinity, so that would be 8 upon infinity plus 2, so that's equal to 2. So that means the range of fg is greater than, no, wait a minute, this is not 6. 6 minus 2 is 4, so that's 2. This is equal to 4. Yeah. So that means the range of fg is greater than 2 and less than 4. Okay, greater than 2 and less than 4. Okay, now I'll go over it again. Achha, there's nothing wrong with the answer. Part B, Part A, they're all correct. Okay, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the answer. They're all correct. I'll go over it once again. So here's the rule. If you let's go over Part A. So this is the domain for Part A, that is greater than 2. When you plug in 2, you get infinity. Okay? When you plug in a really large value, you get 2. Why? Because this becomes as good as 0 plus 2. So therefore, the range of f of x is greater than 2. Achha. Then let's talk about the range of g. ठीक है, मैं आप लोगों का भी इसका आंसर भी दिखाता हूँ. For the range of g, you plug in 2. What happens when you plug in 2? You have 8 upon 0, which is infinity. Infinity plus 2, that's basically infinity. Okay? Then when you plug in 4, so 8 upon 4 minus 2, that's basically 8 upon 2. That's 2. And 2 plus 2, what's that equal to? 8 upon 2, which is equal to 4. And 4 plus 2, what's that equal to? That's equal to 6. So that means this is between 6 to infinity. Okay, so therefore the answer is greater than 6. And this is correct. This is the correct answer. Okay, part B is not wrong. मैं आप लोगों को दिखा देता हूँ, चलो. This is basically from, if I remember correctly, this is from February, March 2018. ठीक है, और मैं आप लोगों को जो आंसर आप लोग बोल रहे हो ना, मैं वो भी दिखा देता हूँ in the examiner report. So February, March, paper 12. February, March 2018, paper 12. Now let's have a look at the marking scheme. And this is question number 10 of the February, March paper. Here. F of x is greater than 2. F of g of x is greater than 6. And f of g of x is greater than 2 and less than 4. Is that what we got? Yeah. Got the same answer. Okay. Infinity में 2 plus करोगे तो कुछ नहीं होता. How are you guys so dumb? Yeah, that is correct. 8 upon infinity wouldn't become 0. 8 upon infinity does become 0. Okay, so this becomes 0, but this plus 2 is still there. So that's why the answer is 2. Okay, so I don't know what the issue is. What do you guys, okay, those of you who are saying that the answer to part B is wrong, tell me why you think it's wrong. And tell me what you think is the correct answer so I can tell you what is the concept. Okay, so whatever you guys think is the correct answer, tell me and why you think it's the correct answer so I can explain to you what the concept is. Why is it greater than 6 and not less than 6? Okay, so when you plug in 2, you get infinity. Okay, so that's the greatest value. Infinity, what's greater? Is infinity greater or 6 greater? Obviously infinity is greater. When you plug in 4, what do you get? You get 6. So that means the values are between 6 and infinity. So that means greater than 6 is the answer. Why don't I put infinity in part C? The reason why I can't put infinity in part C is because now I did put infinity in part C actually. Here it is. I did put infinity. So but isn't x greater than 2, so won't we plug in 3? देखो, it is greater than 2, तो वो तो मैं argue कर सकता हूँ. Why don't we plug in 2.00001? What are you going to say about that? We plug in 2 because it's one limit so that we can find out the corresponding limit. Okay? So just because it's greater than 2 doesn't mean that you can't plug in that value. You can still plug it in. Okay, and please remember these rules. Okay, I want you guys to remember these rules. Anything divided by 0 is infinity. Okay, anything upon 0 is infinity. I would strongly suggest you guys watch the functions domain and range stream that I've done. Okay, and also remember that anything upon infinity is basically equal to 0. Okay? Now, explain why the function g of f cannot be formed. Okay, so what's the condition for function? The condition is that range of the inner function should be equal to the domain of the outer function. So what's the inner function? The inner function is f. What's the outer function? The outer function is d. So what's the range of f? Range of f is greater than 2. Okay. Now what's the domain of g? The domain of g is greater than 2 and less than 4. So the reason why they cannot be formed is because they're not equal. This is greater than 2 and less than 4. Okay. So range of f, here's what you say. You say range of f is not equal to the domain of g. That's why they cannot be formed. There you go. Why is infinity plus 2? Acha, what's the debate going on over here? What is infinity plus 2 is still infinity? Yeah, so is that a question? I hope that's not a question. Infinity plus 2 is what? You have an extremely, extremely large value, and in it, if you add 2, so what happens? It's still infinity. Okay? So I don't understand what's the debate here. Sir, 2.00001 और बहुत बड़ी values करके range domain निकाल. नहीं बेटा, देखो आप 2 plug in करो ताकि आपको उसकी आप एक end point plug in करोगे, so you'll find out what the limit is. Okay? You plug in. If you're given greater than 2, that does not by any means mean that you cannot plug in 2. Okay? Just remember that whatever value that you get by plugging in 2, that's not included. Simple as that. Okay, like for example, here when we plugged in 4, we got 6, but we did not include 6. We didn't say greater than or equal to 6. Why? Because 4 is not included. Simple as that. I think आप लोगों ने कुछ ज़्यादा ही पढ़ लिया, इतना दिमाग इस्तेमाल कर लिया कि अब वो लैप होके उल्टा चलना शुरू हो गया. Okay? So what's that? If you put 5 as it is in the range, then we get 4.33, so it is less than 6. If you put 5, अच्छा आप किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? आप g की बात कर रहे हैं. Straight the function. Why would you put 5? बेटा अकल इस्तेमाल करो. Why would you put 5? When the domain is greater than 2 and less than 4, आप बोल रहे हैं कि हम 5 plug in करें. तो read the question. You will not plug in 5. Okay, so कौन है ये genius? कहाँ गया पता नहीं कहाँ गया बहरहाल. So khair, I hope you found the answer to your question. Anyway, now let's move on. Part 3. Find the set of values of x for which satisfy the inequality f prime of x, 6f prime of x plus 2f inverse of x minus 5 is equal to less than 0. Okay. So we have f of x. Let's write it nicely so we can differentiate it. That would be 8x minus 2 to the power minus 1. 8x minus 2 to the power minus 1 and then plus 2. But I don't recommend that you draw the graph to find the range. Okay, if you know how to draw an exponential graph, go ahead. But if you don't, then I don't recommend it. Okay, and those of you who are confused between finding domain and range, please take my advice. Watch the functions, 2 streams of functions that I've done. You will definitely be able to understand how domain and range works. Okay, and you will find a dedicated stream on domain and range of composite functions. I would strongly advise you to watch that also. Anyway, so minus 1 into 8, that's minus 8. We take 1 away from the power, that's 0. Let's write this nicely. So f prime of x is equals to minus 8 upon x minus 2, the whole thing squared. Okay? Now, let's talk about f inverse of x. So for that, we equate this to y. So y is equals to 8 over x minus 2 plus 2. This becomes y minus 2, which is equal to 8 over x minus 2. Now you cross multiply. So you have xy minus 2y minus 2x plus 4 is equals to 0. Let's just check as we go along. Xy minus 2y minus 2x plus 4 looks good. Let's get all the x's on one side. That's not equals to 0. Sorry, equals to 8. So you have xy minus 2x is equals to 4. And when you shift 2y across, that becomes plus 2y. So x is equals to y minus 2 over 4 plus 2y, which means when you do the final step, that is when you find f inverse of x, that would be equal to 4 plus 2x over x minus 2. Okay, now let's sort things out. So 6 into f prime of x, that means 6 into minus 8 over x minus 2, the whole thing squared, plus 2 times, okay, so let's close the bracket here, plus 2 times f inverse of x, so that means 2 times 4 plus 2x over x minus 2 minus 5 is less than 0. Okay, so let's look at the amount of space. There's plenty, but still let's be as efficient as possible. So minus 48 over x minus 2, the whole thing square, plus 2 times 4, that's 8, plus 4x over x minus 2. Let's shift the 5 across the equals to sign so that we can. So won't plus 4 become minus 4? Where is that? Where is the plus 4 becoming minus 4? Did I make an error? If yes, please point it out. I don't think I've made an error. Okay, so if you're talking about this plus 4, when you take it across the equals to sign, it becomes minus 4. Okay. Now what's the LCM going to be? The LCM is going to be x minus 2, the whole thing squared. Okay, so minus 48. And this gets multiplied by x minus 2 in order to bring it equal to the LCM. So this also needs to be multiplied by x minus 2. So we multiply 8 first, so that's going to be 8x minus 16. Then we multiply 4x, so that's going to be 4x squared minus 8x, which is less than 5. Okay, now, so we have 4x squared. Okay, so I'm starting to simplify. Plus 8x minus x cancels. Minus 48 minus 16, what's that equal to? That's equal to minus 64. So 4x squared minus 64 is less than 5 bracket open x squared minus 4x plus 4. What if you don't multiply by x minus 2, then will it be the same thing? I mean, there are many ways to simplify. You can opt for whatever way that you want to simplify. That's perfectly all right. So 4x squared minus 64 is less than 5x squared. So we're heading towards a quadratic inequality. Minus 20x plus 20. Let's shift all the terms to the right-hand side. So that would be 5x squared minus 4x squared minus 20x. And then plus 20 as it is, plus 64. So what we're looking at is this. X squared minus 20x plus 84. Now instead of saying this is greater than 0, what we can do is we can rewrite this and we can write it here. This is greater than 0. Okay? Now, so what should we do? Let me think. Let me make sure, first of all, that I've done everything correctly. Less than 0, greater than 0. Yep, we're good. Okay, now, let's do middle term breaking. This is going to be 20x. 20 along with x. So factors of 84 that give us minus 20, that would be minus, let me think. So 84 divided by 4, 21, doesn't work. 84 divided by 6, 6 and 14. Okay, so x squared minus 6x minus 14x plus 84 is greater than 0. So you take x common, x minus 6. Okay, now then you take minus 14 common. So you have x minus 6 greater than 0. So that means x minus 14, x minus 6 is greater than 0. Inverse part, what do you mean inverse part? That's right here. अच्छा इनइक्वालिटी फ्लिप नहीं हुई, मैं भी बताता हूँ क्या हुआ है. x equals to 14 और x equals to 6. Now we'll come back to this. First let's understand what I've done with the inequality. So if I say 0 is less than 3, तो क्या मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ 3 is greater than 0? That's what I've done. Okay, so it's the same thing. I did not flip the inequality. I just changed the order. Okay, if you don't want to flip the inequality, that's also perfectly all right. You can shift all the terms to the left-hand side, multiply the coefficient of x squared by minus, and then solve a quadratic inequality. Okay, so no matter what you do, the final answer that you should end up with is this. So we are solving a quadratic inequality. Okay, and we are now looking for terms. We're now looking for the value of x for which the curve is greater than 0. Okay, so what part of the curve do we want? We want the part of the curve that's above the x-axis. Okay, so at this point, please nobody asks me, okay, why am I doing this or how to solve a quadratic inequality. If you don't know, then please watch my quadratic stream. In it, I've explained in detail how to solve quadratic inequality. So one answer would be x is greater than 14. Okay, and the other answer would be x is less than 6. But here's the thing. This is actually not the final answer. Why? Because when you say x is less than 6, remember, here the question says the domain of f is greater than 2. Okay, so don't forget this, that the domain of the actual function is greater than 2. So because the domain of the actual function is greater than 2, we can't say x is less than 6 to be the solution. We can't say that. Okay, so that means the final answer to this would be x is greater than 14. We can say that, nothing to worry about. Or x is less than 6, but I can't leave it there. I also have to say that x is greater than 2. And why is that? That's because of the original domain of the function, which is x is greater than 2. I am wrong in part 2. Which part is wrong? 5b is wrong. Again, you guys are telling me 5b is wrong. 5b is not wrong. I think you guys need to revise the concept. Okay? 5b is not wrong. I think you guys need to revise the concept, or maybe you guys are not paying attention to the question. Here is the answer to 5b. ठीक है, मैं साथ में लगा भी देता हूँ चलो for evidence, क्योंकि I know I'm going to get a lot of comments, people saying that 5b is wrong. There you go. Okay, it's the same question, and here are the answers. Okay, so can't we say x is greater than 14 and not include 2 in this as well? No, if you just say x is greater than 2, or x is greater than 14, that's incomplete. Because the final solution is greater than 14 and less than 6, but you can't just say less than 6, because less than 6 contradicts the actual domain of the function, so you have to say greater than 2. You can't reject x. So for example, if let's say this was x is less than 1, for example, if let's say this was x is less than 1, okay, then you would reject it. But because it says x is less than 6, so that is part correct. Only difference is that, the only thing we have to be careful of is that it should be greater than 2 as well. Okay? All right. So what should we do on the last day? Should I revise or do pause? Just revise. Okay? All right. Now question number 6. Sir, अभी आपकी कोई videos देख सकते हैं? There is. Beta, yes, there is. When's the exam? The exam is on the 2nd, right? So you have time. All right. So this is also actually one of my favorite circular measure questions. And I don't know why. I kind of like this question. So let's see what this says. It says, in the diagram, OAXB is a sector of a circle with center O and radius 10. The length of the chord AB is 12 centimeter. Okay, so keep looking at this. So this is the sector the question's talking about. The length of the chord AB is 12 centimeters. So this is 12, as you can see. The line OX passes through M, the midpoint of AB. So that means this is 6, this is 6. Okay, and OX is perpendicular to AB. So OX is perpendicular to AB, all right. The shaded region is bounded by the chord AB and by the arc of a circle with center X and radius xa. Okay, so this is interesting. And by the arc of a circle with center x and radius xa. ठीक है, so that means this is basically, so basically what that means is कि जो circle है, that's basically this circle right here. Okay, now, so I hated this question. Okay, कोई बात नहीं. Hopefully after this exam you guys will find the CI easy. So the shaded region is, okay, I've read that. Show that angle AXB is 2.498 radians, correct to 3 decimal places. So the question is just setting you up for the grand finale. वो आपसे AXB निकलवा रहे हैं. क्यों निकलवा रहे हैं आपसे AXB? So that you can do the following part easily. Okay, so don't forget that the radius that you're given is 10 centimeter. Achha, let's see if we can fit the radius somewhere. I don't think we can. So this is basically 6. This is 6. So what do we want? We want to find out angle AXB. So tell me a way with the help of which I can find out angle AXB. Think about it. Question for you guys. Tell me a way with the help of which I can find out angle AXB. Should we try? नहीं, चाइनीज़ पेपर आप लोगों ने ट्राई करना है, बिल्कुल कर लें. जो भी करना है आज कर लें. कल कोई मॉक या कोई इस तरह की चीज़ ना कीजिएगा. ठीक है, आई डोंट रिकमेंड दैट. क्योंकि if you do that and God forbid if let's say you are unable to do it, then you're just going to go into a state of panic. ठीक है, which obviously is not a good idea. Okay. Now, so instead of worrying about angle AXB, what we can do is this. Okay, so pay close attention. Instead of worrying about angle AXB, what I'm thinking we do is this. हमारे पास ये है. We have this as 10. Okay. And we have this triangle right here. Okay, now what kind of a triangle is this? This is an isosceles triangle. Okay, so how many marks is this? It's a 3-mark question. Okay, so let me find the most efficient way to figure this out. ठीक है, just a minute. तो हम एक काम करते हैं. We can find out. So remember, OX will also be equal to 10 centimeter. Okay, remember that. OX will also be equal to 10 centimeter. Just a minute. If this is 10 centimeter, I'm just seeing what's the most efficient way to solve it because it's of 3 marks. So मैं देखता हूँ कि इसका easiest way क्या बन रहा है. अच्छा, M is the midpoint. OM जो है हमारा वो बराबर हो जाएगा किसके? OM will be equal to, okay, idea. Here. This is a right angle triangle, correct? Now we can find out OM. OM squared plus 6 squared is equals to 12 squared. ठीक है, so OM is equals to, sorry, not 12 squared, 10 squared. A good idea would be to annotate on this using your pencil. So OM squared will be equal to 100 minus 36. So that means OM squared is equals to 64. So OM is equals to 8 centimeter. Okay, so if OM is 8 centimeter, that means XM is 2 centimeter. Okay, XM is 2 centimeter. So if XM is 2 centimeter, what we can do is this. We can draw this triangle separately, and it's always a good idea to draw the triangle separately. So this is 2 centimeter. This is 6 centimeter. What we have to find is AXB, but we're finding out half of AXB. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're basically finding out AXM, for which we can use tan. So tan of AXM is equals to opposite upon adjacent. Make sure that your calculator is in radian mode. So angle AXM is basically equal to tan inverse of 3. Okay, make sure your calculator is in radian mode. So tan inverse of 3 is equals to 1.249. And because you want angle AXB, so angle AXB के लिए आप इसको times 2 कर दें. ठीक है, so 2 times 1.249. So when you multiply it by 2, you get 2.498. 2.498 radian. There you go. Now this is perhaps the most efficient way of solving this. Achha, how do I know that OX is 10 centimeter? Magic. No, I'm just kidding. It's not magic, it's common sense. Technically OX is what? OX is also the radius, isn't it? So I can draw any line from the center to the circumference, you will get 10 centimeter. Why? Because 10 centimeter is the radius of this sector. Okay, so जो method आप लोग मुझे initially बता रहे थे, वो सब सही तो थे, but they would take forever. Okay, and it's a 3-mark question and you don't even have that much space given. So you have to find an efficient way of doing it. Although if it doesn't occur to you in the exam, if in exam you can't find of an efficient way, no problem, don't lose your mind over it. So this is 10 centimeter. What I did was that I drew a right angle triangle here. Okay, so this is 6 because the question says M is the midpoint. This is 8. Why is, no, we figured this out to be 8. Why? Because this is 10. And now we can use Pythagoras theorem to find out 8 centimeter. Okay, and then OX can be found by basically taking 10 and from 10 subtracting 8, which will give us 2 centimeter. Okay, yes, OX is the radius. Basically OA, OX, OB, they're all the radius. Simple. OX is 12, OM is 10. Now OX is not 12, OX is 10, AB is 12. Okay, I think you're not reading the question. आप सिर्फ diagram देख के अंदाज़ा लगा रहे हैं, so read the question also. A is cosine rule to find AOB and double to find AXB. No, why would you do that? AOB, why would you double AOB to find AXB? They're different angles. Okay. All right, now find the perimeter of the shaded region. Okay, so a good idea would be to clear this mess, take a screenshot, and let's paste it here. Okay, so क्या निकाल रहे हैं हम निकाल रहे हैं perimeter of the shaded region. Okay, now don't forget that the question has already made you find out what? The question has already made you find out angle AXB. And you know, it's not a coincidence that the question made you find out angle AXB. It's for a very good reason. And also do not forget this key statement here, that the center is X and the radius is XA. Okay, so ये जो आप देख रहे हो, ये basically आप देख रहे हो एक circle का हिस्सा which has center X. So technically this is also a sector. Okay, so I'll show you guys what the question means. Yeah, so technically this is the story here. Okay, now how many lengths do you want in order to find out the perimeter of the shaded region? You want this length, the arc length AB, and you want the chord. Okay, so the perimeter will be equal to AB, the chord, and AB, the arc length. Okay, now as far as AB, the chord is concerned, that's 12. Okay, as far as AB, the chord is concerned, the question is very nice because the question made you find out this length right here. Now what's this, this angle? This angle is 2.498, but there's a catch. The catch is that while the arc length is r theta, we have theta, but we don't have r. Okay, r हमें निकालना पड़ेगा. But finding r is no big deal because in order to find out r, this is what you have to do. So you've already worked this out to be 2. Okay, we know that this is 6. We can find out r. So r is basically equal to square root of 2 squared plus 6 squared. Okay, so 6 squared is 36, 2 squared is 4, so r is equal to square root of 40. So 12 plus root 40 multiplied by 2.498 should give us the perimeter. Let's see what's that equal to. That's equal to 12 plus bracket open root 40. मुझे पता था कोई ना कोई बोलेगा कि ये सेमी सर्कल है. कौन है ये कार्टून? Rizzer. I don't know what your real name is, but just a minute, let me answer this question, then I'll address that. So the answer is 27.798, so 27.8 centimeter. अब कोई मुझे ये बताए कि ये सेमी सर्कल आप किसको बोल रहे हो? आप इसको बोल रहे हो सेमी सर्कल. तो यू आर सेइंग कि अगर मैं इसी की आइडेंटिकल चीज़ ऊपर बनाऊं तो ये सर्कल बन जाएगा. बेटा ऐसे सर्कल आपने कहाँ देखे हैं? ठीक है, और मुझे ये बताओ कि ऐसा कहाँ मेंशन्ड है कि ये सेमी सर्कल है? ओके, ऐसा कहाँ मेंशन्ड है कि ये सेमी सर्कल है? So unless the question says so, only then should you take a shape to be a semicircle, and this by no means is a semicircle. Okay, this by no means is a semicircle, because if you draw something identical on top, ठीक है, तो ये एक egg like shape बन रहा है, but it's definitely not a semicircle. Okay, all right, find the area of the shaded region. So once again, planning is key. Any perimeter or area related question, planning is key. So how will you find out the area of the shaded region? Question for you guys. So question said center x. So if the question said center x, exactly my point. So if x is the center, then how is it a semicircle? This is the complete circle. Okay. Now, perimeter तो निकालना है भाई, निकाल तो लिया, और कितना चाहिए? 27.8. There you go. That is the correct answer. Acha, area of the shaded region. So how will I find out the area of the shaded region? Let's think. Okay, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's think. I think वो जो circle मैंने ऊपर बनाया था ना, we should use this. So just a minute. Let me delete this. Okay, and remember, I'm not doing this just for fun, as in I'm not making these rough sketches for fun. I'm doing this so that we can better understand the question. And you'll find this in the examiner report multiple times. The examiner will say that candidates who make a rough sketch are better able to understand the question and are better able to answer it as well. Okay, so technically, the area of the shaded region, area of shaded region is equal to area of sector. Okay, which sector? This sector. Okay, minus the area of this triangle. Okay, so minus area of triangle. So let's find out the area of sector. Area of sector will be equal to half r square theta. Now remember, the value of r that I will use is 40. Okay, so you can use half rs. I don't recommend you use half rs because you don't have the arc length. So half r square theta into 2.498 minus the area of triangle. Now what formula will you use to calculate the area of triangle? You have this length, which is root 40. You have this length, which is root 40. You have the angle in between. So half AB sine C. So half into root 40 into root 40 into sine of 2.498. Okay, so you can work this out and see what we get. 1/2 into root 40 squared, so you can just write that as 40 into 2.498. Make sure your calculator is in radian mode. Minus 0.5 into root 40 into sine of 2.498. So you get 37.958. 37.958, which correct to three significant figures is 38.0 centimeter square. Okay, 38.0, not 38, 38.0. How we get under root 40? We get under root 40 because of this. So this is 6. We just worked this out to be 2. So the radius will be equal to square root of 40. There you go. I remember sir being bored. इतना भी time नहीं लगता बाल आने में. खैर, anyway. So let's work this out. Determine whether f is an increasing function, decreasing function, or neither. So how do you determine whether it's an increasing function or decreasing function or neither? So you find dy by dx. So y is equals to 3x minus 2, 3x plus 2 raised to the power minus 1 plus x square. So you find out dy by dx. dy by dx is equal to, अच्छा एक और cartoon. Calculator allowed in P1 and M1. नहीं बेटा, calculator allowed नहीं है. Okay, so minus 1, 3x plus 2 raised to the power minus 2 multiplied by 3 and plus 2x. वैसे I'm joking, calculator is allowed. ऐसा ना हो कि आप मेरे कहने से आप calculator ना लेके जाएं, then फिर आप बोलें कि मैंने कहा था. So this becomes minus 3 over 3x plus 2, the whole thing squared, plus 2x. Okay. So is this an increasing function or is this a decreasing function? Let's first write it nicely. So 2x minus 3 over 3x plus 2, the whole thing squared. Now what's the one thing we can say about this? इसके बारे में the one thing that we can say is that this will always be positive. Okay, positive or 0. This will always be positive or this will always be 0. Why? Because, also do keep one thing in mind, that x is less than minus 1. Don't forget that. Okay, so this will always be positive. And what about 2x? And if this is always positive, so that means ultimately, because you have a minus 3 upon, so that means it's overall, this is going to be negative. Okay? So एक काम करते हैं, just a second, let's keep this as it is. Let's start from here. So this, no matter what the value of x is, this will always be either positive or 0. Okay, and considering that x is less than minus 1, so that means as far as this value of x is concerned, this will always be positive. If this is positive, so that means minus 3 over 3x plus 2, the whole thing square, will always be less than 0. Why? Because if the denominator is always positive, and if okay guys, I'm pretty sure he was joking. Okay, so good try trying to make me feel bad about it. But anyway, so this is always positive and this will always be negative. Okay, so that means overall this will always be negative. Now what about 2x? 2x will always be less than 0 when x is less than minus 1. So that means dy by dx is less than 0 for x is less than minus 1. Okay? So you have to answer your question. You can't just say that it's less than 0 or greater than 0. You have to make sure that you fully answer the question. Okay? So you do it step by step. First, you show that this will always be positive. Then you show that this overall will always be less than 0. Okay, and then 2x will always be less than 0 because the value of x that you can plug in is less than minus 1. So overall dy by dx is less than 0 for x is less than minus 1. So that means that it's a decreasing function. Okay, so therefore it's a decreasing function. Okay, now question number 8. The horizontal base of a solid prism is an equilateral triangle of side x. The sides of the prism are vertical. The height of the prism is 8 centimeter and the volume of the prism is 2000 centimeter. Okay, so what shape are we talking about? We're talking about a solid prism of an equilateral triangle. The solid prism is an equilateral triangle of side x. Okay. The sides of the prism are vertical. The height of the prism is h and the volume of the prism is 2000. Okay. Now, express h in terms of x and show that the total surface area of the prism a centimeter square is given by so and so. So first of all, let's look at the base. This is what the base looks like. Okay. Now, if this is an equilateral triangle, and remember this is a prism. Okay. So what's the volume of prism? Volume of prism is basically equal to area of cross section or base area times height. Okay, I prefer area of cross section times height. Area of cross section times the height. Okay, now here's the deal. This is an equilateral triangle, so that means all sides will be equal to 60 degrees. Now how will you find out the area? The area will be equal to half into x into sine 60. Now let's work this out. See what you get. 0.5 into sine 60. Make sure that your calculator is in degree mode, unless you're taking the angle in radian. So that's under root 3 upon 4. So under root 3 upon 4 x square. Now what's the volume equal to? The volume is equal to 2000. Okay, according to the question. So we want to find out h in terms of x, so we're doing this part first. So if you want to find out h in terms of x, here is what we are going to do. So 2000 is equal to under root 3 upon 4 x square. So that's the area of cross section multiplied by the height. So let's find out the height. So 2000 into 4 divided by under root 3. So we'll keep it as it is. So x is equals to 2000 into 4, that's 8000. So 8000 upon under root 3 x square. Okay, so this is basically the height. Okay, now, so can you tell me one thing in differentiation, what to do when I am always confused and what to find first in question? So I watched the differentiation stream in which I've taught how to set up the chain rule. That will help, okay, because chain rule is something that confuses a lot of students. So watch the stream in which I've explained how to set up the chain rule. That will definitely help. Anyway, so we have the height and here it is. So next the question says that show that the total surface area of the prism. Now, do you guys know the formula for calculating the total surface area of the prism? Oh yeah, you're right. X square is in the denominator. Sorry, I didn't notice that. X square is supposed to be in the denominator. Under root 3 x square. Sir, in 7, can't we just put the value of x as -1? You can do that. You can do that. You can plug in -1. You can plug in multiple values and show that it's always less than 0. But my suggestion to you would be that your answer should be more concrete. You should show that no matter what the value of x is, as long as it's in that range, it's always less than 0. Okay, so if you guys remember the formula for calculating the total surface area of the prism, that's great. If you don't, then just remember that it's basically going to be, two triangles, the one at the front, one at the back, okay, and then 3 rectangles of height equal to this, okay, one length equal to this, and one length equal to this, okay. So the total surface area will be equal to 2 times the area of triangles plus 3 rectangles, okay. So 2 times the area of triangles means 2 times into under root 3 upon 4x square, okay, plus 3 times the area of the rectangle. Now, what would be the area of the rectangle equal to? One length would be the same as the height, okay, height of the prism. So 8,000 upon root 3 x square, and the other would basically be the same as the length of the triangle. Okay, so I hope you guys can visualize the prism. Now let's work this out. 2 1s are, 2 2s are. So we have under root 3 upon 2 x square plus 8,000 times 3, that's equal to 24,000 upon under root 3 x. And is this what we're supposed to show? So we're supposed to show, let's see what we're supposed to show. Yep, we are almost there. So let's just write it the way the question wants. Under root 3 upon 2 x square plus 24,000 upon under root 3 x raised to the power minus 1. There you go. So what about, yeah, you can, okay, I didn't know that you guys would be aware of that formula. I would love to use that formula, but I'm pretty sure had I used that formula, you guys would just go crazy. कि सर ये कौन सा फॉर्मूला है, हमारे टीचर ने तो ये भी नहीं कराया, ये कहाँ से आ गया? So I thought I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Why 3 triangles? No, they're not 3 triangles. They're 3 rectangles. Okay, 2 triangles and 3 rectangles. So you can just visualize it. Okay, you can just visualize it. All right, now, given that x can vary, find the value for x for which a has a stationary value. Why 3 rectangles? Chalo bhai, dekh lo. Here, see for yourself. Nope, not this, sorry. So what we're dealing with is this, a rectangular prism. So you have 1 triangle at the front, 1 triangle at the back, and 1, 2, 3 rectangles. ठीक है, अभी भी नहीं समझ आया, ये लो, खोल के देख लो. So you have 1 triangle, 1 triangle, 1, 2, 3 rectangles. ठीक है, there you go. All good now? Now let's go back to GoodNotes. All right. Given that x can vary, find the value of x for which a has a stationary value. Okay, so stationary value means we differentiate and we set it equal to 0. Simple. Okay, so let's differentiate and we set it equal to 0. So here's a. Now, when you differentiate, dA by dx is equals to under root 3 upon 2 under root 3 upon 2x plus minus 24,000 upon under root 3 x raised to the power minus 2. Okay? Now let's set this equal to 0 and see what do we get. So you get, first of all, this cancels. Let's see if there's anything else we can simplify. No, I don't think so. So let's erase this. Under root 3x minus 24,000 upon under root 3 x square is equal to 0. Achha. I'm just going to save some time. I'm going to copy paste this instead of writing the whole thing again. And because it's equal to 0, we can shift 1 across the equals to sign, and this is what it becomes. Now, when you cross multiply, root 3 and root 3 becomes 3. So that's 3x cube is equals to 24,000. That means x cube is equals to 8,000. And then when you take the cube root on both sides, so x is equals to 20. Okay. So let's see what the question says. The question says find the value of x for which a has a stationary value. This is the value of x. Okay, then the question says, okay, determine showing all working the nature of the stationary value. Okay, so we have to differentiate this again. So this is what it's like once we differentiate it once. Let's differentiate it again. In fact, let's use this form. So this cancels. Let's erase this. Yeah. So this is dA by dx. dA by dx. Now when you differentiate it again, d square a upon dx square, let's see what you get. You get under root 3 plus minus minus will make it positive again. So it's going to be 48,000 upon root 3 x raised to the power minus 3. Okay, let me make sure that's correct. Minus 2 into minus 24,000, that's 48,000. And there you go. Since the value of x is equals to 20, so that means this will definitely be a positive value. And because this is positive, so that means it's a minimum value. There you go. Okay, so d square a upon dx square is greater than 0. Therefore, minimum value. Okay? All good? Now, my favorite question of the paper. Question number 9. So, दो सवाल रह गए. Let's speed things up. So, a circle with center C has equation so and so. Show that the points T minus 6, 6 is outside the circle. How do you make sure that the point is outside the circle? I mean, how do you show that it's outside the circle? Question for you guys. What should be its distance from the center? Should it be greater than the radius, lesser than the radius, equal to the radius? If it's greater than the radius, that means it's outside, no brainer. If it's equal to the radius, that means it is on the circumference. If it's less than the radius, that means it is inside. Simple. So, this circle basically has radius 10 and the center 8, 4. Okay, so let's find out CT. So, CT would be equal to square root of 8 minus minus 6, the whole thing square, plus 4 minus 6, the whole thing square. So, 8 minus minus 6 is 14. Square of which is 196. So 196 plus 16. Let me just double check. So 14 squared plus, sorry, not plus 16, plus 4. Okay, so 196 plus 4, that's equal to 200. And what do we know about 200? 200 is definitely greater than 10. So root 200 is greater than 10. Therefore, outside the circle. Simple. Okay? 3 easy marks. अच्छा, अब next देखते हैं. Next the question says कि two tangents from the point T to the circle are drawn. Show that the angle between one of the tangents and CT is exactly 45. Okay, so no problem. Let's draw the two tangents. Let's see what is the deal here. So a good idea would be to make a rough sketch. Here's the circle. Okay, what's the center of the circle? The center of the circle is 8, 4. That's right here. Okay, let's call this C. Acha, what about point T? Point T is minus 6 comma 6. That means it's going to be slightly towards the left and slightly above. So somewhere over here. This is where the point T is. Okay? Now, the question says that there are two tangents that are drawn here. Okay, rough sketch is very, very important. Okay, maybe if we have time, and hopefully this is not one of the cancelled papers. So maybe I'll show you guys the examiner report. I think I have already done that. No need to show it again. Where the examiner says, okay, make a rough sketch. Very important. Achha, what are we supposed to find? We're supposed to show that the angle between one of the tangents and CT is 45 degrees. So this is what we're supposed to show. Now we've already worked out this length. Okay, we've already worked out this length to be under root 200. We already have the radius, which is 10. And remember, it's going to be a 90-degree angle. Okay. So what trigonometric ratio can we use? We can use sine. So sine of theta, let's call this theta, is equals to opposite. So that's 10 over hypotenuse, which is equal to 200, square root of 200. So theta is equals to 10 divided by root 200. Take sine inverse of the answer. So there you go. Theta is equals to 45 degrees. There you go. Take a rough sketch. बहुत important है. Please don't take that part lightly. Okay. Now, the two tangents touch the circle at A and B. So here's A. Here's B. Okay. Let's take this here. Achha. Then the question says, find the equation of the line AB, giving your answer in the form y is equals to mx plus c. Okay, so first of all, how will I find out the equation of line AB? Achha, let's use a different color. So now remember, this line, this chord that we are drawing will be perpendicular to the line CT. Why is that? Because a line that's coming from the center, it is basically bisecting the chord and it's always perpendicular to the chord. Okay, so it's a circle property. A line from the center will always bisect the chord and it will always be perpendicular to it. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can find out the gradient of line CT. Okay, so let's do that. Let's find out the gradient of line CT. So what would be the gradient of line CT equal to? The gradient of line CT would be equal to, let's have a look at the coordinates. The coordinates of t are minus 6 comma 6. So let me write them down here. Minus 6 comma 6, or c के coordinates हैं 8 comma 4. Okay, so 4 minus 6 over 8 minus minus 6. So 4 minus 6 is 2, minus 2, sorry. 8 minus minus 6 is 14. So that means the gradient of line CT is basically minus 1 upon 7. Which means that the gradient of line AB will be equal to 7. Okay, अब gradient तो आ गया. Now, how will we find the point through which the line CT is passing? Question for you guys. I know someone has already answered that question. Okay, I know someone's already answered that question. And what's that? Midpoint of AB is equals to midpoint of TC. But the question is why? AB is perpendicular bisector of CT, or is it the diagonal of the square? That is correct. So basically, I haven't drawn it in a way. But actually, हो क्या रहा है? That is correct, Zaki. Good job. But actually, what's happening is कि ये जो shape बन रहा है ना, this is actually a square. Okay, now I know आप लोग बोलेंगे कि ये square कहाँ से? But it's actually a square. Why? Because notice, let me draw it again for it to make more sense. So here's the circle. Okay, and hopefully, I will be a bit more accurate this time. Yeah. Okay, still not drawn to perfection, but I'm sure you guys get the point. Okay, still not perfect, but I'm sure you guys get the point. So basically, how do we know it's a square? I'll tell you. So this is CT. Okay, this is C, this is T. We found one angle to be 45 degrees, so that means this is 90 degrees. This is 90 degrees, and this is 90 degrees. Why is this 90 degrees? Because the angle between the tangent and line CT is 45 degrees. We just worked that out. So that means this also will be 45 degrees, obviously. And this is a radius. This is the tangent. This is 90 degrees. This is 90 degrees. So ज़ाहिर सी बात है ये भी 90 degrees होगा. Okay, so that means that the two diagonals will intersect at midpoint. Okay, so basically what we have just discovered is the fact that TACB, or in whatever order you want to write it, is a square. That is what we have just discovered, that TACB is a square. आपको कौन बताएगा बेटा, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा ना. देखो सवाल आपको उसी डायरेक्शन में नज कर रहा है. Okay, so the question is nudging you in that direction. How? The question is for making you find out the angle between the tangent and the line CT, which is 45 degrees. Now you should realize that this will also be 45 degrees. Okay, it should occur to you that this should also be 45 degrees. Okay, and if that's 45 degrees, and that's 45 degrees, so that means this total is 90 degrees, this is 90 degrees, this is 90 degrees. So ज़ाहिर सी बात है ये भी 90 degrees होगा, इसने क्या बिगाड़ा है? ठीक है? So once you figure that out, you will realize that the midpoint of AB is basically the midpoint of CT. Okay, I'll keep this here so we don't lose a lot of space. Now let's find out the midpoint of CT. So the midpoint of CT would be minus 6 plus 8 upon 2, comma 6 plus 4 upon 2. Okay, so minus 6 plus 8 is 2, 2 upon 2 is 1, 6 plus 4 is 10, 10 upon 2 is 5. So we have the midpoint, we have the gradient, put this together, find the equation. Y minus 5 is equals to 7 into x minus 1. Now because the question says to write it a certain way, so we have to write it that way. 7x minus 7, so y is equals to 7x minus 7 plus 5. What's that equal to? That's equal to minus 2. There you go. Then the question says find the coordinates of A and B. So you can find out the 8 minus 6 kyun kiya? When did I do 8 minus 6? To find the gradient, beta. 8 minus 6 to find the gradient. Okay. Sir, is there any alternative method if you can't figure out it's a square? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid there is no alternative method. You have to first figure out that it's a square. This is from 2020, so there is no examiner report of it. Otherwise, it would have been interesting. उसमें I'm sure लिखा होता कि only candidates who managed to figure it out. अच्छा बेटा अगर आपने उसकी दोबारा explanation देखनी है तो फिर आप stream को पीछे करके देख सकती हैं. Okay, so no need to stall everyone else. Just rewind, just go back, watch that, watch whatever question it is that you want to understand as many times as you like. Okay, so find the x coordinates of A and B. So you have to plug in the equation of the straight line into the equation of the circle, which is x minus 8 the whole thing square plus y minus 4 the whole thing square is equal to 100. Okay, so let's plug in this here. Okay, so x square minus 16x plus 64 plus 7x minus 2 minus 4 the whole thing square. We'll sort this out in the next step. So this becomes 7x minus 6 the whole thing square, which means this becomes 49x square. 7 times 6 is 42. 42 times 2 is 84. So 84x plus 36 is equals to 100. And that's equal to x square. अच्छा अगर 10 दफ़ा देखने के बाद भी नहीं समझ आ रही तो बेटा functions की जो domain and range वाली streams हैं वो देखो, जो domain and range of composite function वाली stream है वो देखो, समझ आ जाएगा इंशाल्लाह. So minus 100x. 64 plus 36 is 100. 100 minus 100 just cancels. So this is equal to 0. So 50x common निकाल लेते हैं. Let's see what do we have. We have x minus 2 equals to 0. So that means 50x is equals to 0, which leads to the conclusion that x equals to 0, or x minus 2 equals to 0, which leads to the conclusion that x equals to 2. There you go. Job done. Once I'm done with the stream, then I'll take some general questions. Okay. What stream for questions like these? Equations of circles. I've done multiple streams on equations of circles. Make sure to check it out if you're struggling with it. Okay. Now, इधर अभी आप ECF ना लगाएं, अभी आप अपने आप को strict marking करें. Okay, last question. Finally. 72 in this mock, I think, is pretty good. Yeah, this paper was definitely a difficult one. Okay, let's solve this question, then let's wrap things up. The diagram shows the straight line x plus y is equals to 5 intersecting the curve. You're given the points of intersection also. Find, showing all necessary working, the volume obtained when the shaded region is rotated 360 degrees about the x-axis. So if, let's say, you had to find out the area, you would find out the area under the line. Then from that, you will subtract the area under the curve. So here, since it's volume, you'll do the same for volume. So first, let's focus on the line. Okay, so what's the equation of the line? The equation of the line is x plus y is equals to 5. Let's write it nicely. Let's make y the subject. Y is equals to 5 minus x. That means you will integrate 5 minus x, the whole thing square, within the limits 4 and 1. Okay, and multiply it by pi. So 4 and 1 multiplied by pi. So 5 minus x, the whole thing cube, divided by 3, also divide by minus 1. Now plug in the limits. Before you plug in the limits, let's write it nicely. So it's going to be 5 minus x upon minus 3 within the limits 4 and 1. My advice to you would be that you take the minus 3 outside, so minus pi upon 3. Okay, and you just focus on 5 minus x within the limits 4 and 1. So that would be 5 minus 4, the upper limit, minus the lower limit, which would be 5 minus 1. So 5 minus 4 is 1, minus 4. Okay, so 5 minus 4 is 1, 1 minus 4, which is equal to minus 3. Don't forget that minus pi upon 3 is to be multiplied by minus 3. So this cancels, and the answer is pi. Okay, now this is pi. Yes, you can definitely check using your calculator. Okay, you should definitely check using your calculator to make sure that you've done it correctly. Now let's focus on the curve. So for the curve, the equation is y is equals to 4 upon x. So y is already the subject. No need to do anything. Just take the square of it. Okay, apply the limits. 4 and 1 multiplied by pi. So this will become 16 upon x squared, which I'm writing nicely so I can integrate easily. Okay, and also I will take the 16 out. Yeah, in fact, let's not take the 16 outside. We'll do that in the following step. So 16 x raised to the power minus 2 plus 1. You add 1 to the power, you divide by the new power, so that's minus 1. Don't forget that you have a pi outside and the limits are 4 and 1. So 16 upon minus 1 is minus 16. So I'm going to bring the minus 16 pi outside. Okay, and inside you have 1 upon x within the limits 4 and 1. Now minus 16 pi as it is, let's plug in the limits. If you plug in the upper limit, that's 1 upon 4. If you plug in the lower limit, that's minus 1. So 1 upon 4 minus 1, that's minus 3 upon 4. So minus 16 pi into minus 3 upon 4. Minus minus becomes plus. 4 ones are 4. 4 fours are 16. 4 times 3, that's equal to 12 pi. Okay. So we had to do... Sorry, that's not equal to 12 pi. Yeah, that is equal to 12 pi. Wait, I think I've done some error here. Because area under the curve, for some reason, is greater than the area under the line. Let me see. Why didn't I square the equation? I did square the equation. Let me check. Area under the line. So 5 minus 4 is 1. 1 minus 4. So you add 1 to the power. Oh, I forgot the cube. Yes, you're right. I forgot the cube here. Oopsie. Okay, so 5 minus 4 is 1. 1 cube is 1. Okay. 5 minus 1 is 4. 4 cube is 64. So 1 minus 64, that's correct. And this is what's to be multiplied by minus pi upon 3. So minus pi upon 3 into minus 63. Let's see what's that equal to. So that's equal to 63 divided by 3. That's 21 pi. So final answer, 21 pi minus 12 pi. What's that equal to? 21 minus 12. That's equal to 9. So 9 pi is the answer. There you go. Okay. Let me just quickly double check and make sure that this is correct. So this was, by the way, from May, June 2017, paper 12. Okay, let me just check the answer, make sure that it's correct. Question number 6. Iska threshold will be on the lower side. So I would probably classify this as 57, 58 pe. So the answer to this question is 9 pi. Yeah, 9 pi is correct. Okay, so I would probably classify this as मेरे टाइम जोन में टाइम हुआ है 12:20 AM. 56:57 probably A. That's what I would classify this. That's the threshold. 75 plus 1 for neat work. Okay, something good for you. So can you suggest accounts teacher for A levels? Instead of asking me, it's best that you ask your seniors. They will probably give you a better opinion. So it's necessary to know the surface area. Yes, definitely. See, whatever it is that you did in O levels now naturally becomes assumed knowledge, because everyone who's giving this has probably cleared O levels, which is why they're here. Okay, and even if they haven't cleared it, well, they just naturally assume that you have done O levels. So can't we open the bracket? Yes, you can open the bracket and then square it if you want, but it'll just make things lengthier. Ye higher threshold, how is 56:57 high? How is that high? Where you teach in the evening? I just teach online. That's it. Not in a school, not in any center, just online. Can we quickly complete the other question? Is there any other question? So we are done with the entire paper. There's nothing left now. So will you do these types of mocks? Yes. So these type of mocks, inshallah, will be held for P1, will be held for M1, will be held for... No, wait, P1 to ho gaya. P3, M1, S1, inshallah. So is it important to simplify when integrating? It just makes life easy. With integrating, what's more important is that you check your answer. Okay? So could you make a last day plan? But just relax. That should be your plan. Okay? Get a good sleep, relax, go to sleep. That's it. 68 is very good in this mock. If you've gotten anything above 60, I think that's great. This paper was small compared to yearlies. No, this paper was not small. Okay, this paper was kind of the same. Are you going to hold any revision stream tomorrow? I don't promise it, because I'm usually against the idea of putting yourself under a lot of stress a day before the exam. Okay, I'm usually against that. But maybe I'll just hold like a quick revision stream. Okay? But we will not be solving a mock or anything. How do I do pen spins? I don't know, I just do it. I can't really teach it to you. I mean, not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't know how to teach it. But anyway. Acha, anything else? So what do I do? This paper really lowered my confidence. Dekho, what marks did you get? This paper was a difficult paper, so मैंने कहा ना 56, 57 पे you can consider to be an A in this paper. ठीक है? Yesterday मुझे कल का याद नहीं, but कल का paper इससे तो आसान था. Okay, so कल के paper में I'd probably say like 60 plus. 51, so 51 is a B. Now I know it's not an A, it's not what we all would ideally like, but it's not a bad score really. So can you please explain the composite function again? Please. Dekho. Composite function. First of all, I would strongly advise you to watch the stream. I'll just do a recap of this. Okay. So, what's that? So for increasing, decreasing function questions, can I equate dy by dx to 0 and for the value of x? नहीं, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. dy by dx equals to 0 जब आप equate करेंगी ज़रा, तो you will get the x coordinate of the turning point. The x coordinate of the turning point, how will that tell you whether it's an increasing function or decreasing function? Okay. So don't just differentiate for the sake of differentiation. Just understand what the concept of increasing, decreasing function is. Increasing function means that the gradient is positive, which means dy by dx is greater than 0. Decreasing function means that the gradient is negative. Okay, so the range of the function g, this is the domain. So you plug in 2, you get infinity, and as values start increasing from 2, okay, as you plug in infinity, 8 upon infinity becomes 0. Okay, and 0 plus 2 is equal to 2. So that means the range is between 2 to infinity, which means greater than 2. Okay? Acha. Then the range of g, simply plug in 2. If you plug in 2, what do you get? You get infinity, because 8 over 0 becomes infinity. 0 plus 2 is also infinity. 0 plus whatever, infinity plus whatever is infinity. Okay? And then when you plug in 4, you get 8 upon 4 minus 2. So that's 8 upon 2, which is 4. 4 plus 2 is 6. This is what you get. Then it says state the range of the function fg. So don't waste your time finding out the range of fg. The range of fg will basically be equal to, so here's the deal. The range of the function fg depends on what it is that you're plugging into function f. So you're plugging in function g into function f. So that means now whatever is the range of g becomes the domain of f, because what you plug in becomes the domain. So the range of g becomes the domain of f, and what's the range of g? That's greater than 6. So that means now you see what would be the range of f if the domain of this was greater than 6. So if the domain of this was greater than 6, you plug in 6, you get 4. You plug in infinity because there's no limit to it, right? When you plug in infinity, you get 2. So that means the range of fg is basically 2 and 4. Achha, then why the function gf cannot be formed? So for a composite function to be formed, remember the range of the inner function has to be equal to the domain of the outer function, okay? So this is the inner function, this is the outer function. So what's the range of the inner function? We just worked that out. That's basically greater than 2. What is the domain of the outer function? That's basically from 2 to 4. So are they equal? They're not equal. That's why it cannot be formed. Simple. सर अगर ट्रांसलेशन हो रही हो दोनों एक्सिस में और स्ट्रेच हो रहा हो वाई एक्सिस में तो पहले ट्रांसलेशन लिखें एक्स वाई दोनों की और स्ट्रेच हो रहा हो. Okay, I have to see the question. मैं इस तरह से नहीं बता सकता. I have to see the question and only then will I be able to answer it. So should we attempt the trigono proving equations with pencil first? No, I don't recommend that you do it. Don't do anything with pencil, okay? So if you do it with pencil, you end up wasting a lot of time, and it won't be clear because the papers are scanned. We've read this multiple times in examiner report also that they don't encourage this, okay? Sir, people are saying questions will be same as Chinese. बेटा ये कौन लोग हैं जो ये कह रहे हैं, मतलब क्या credibility है इनकी? So या तो आप उनकी सुन लें या आप अपनी तैयारी पे focus कर लें. So in question 10, why didn't we use the identity and open the bracket? Acha, what's that? Why aren't we adding equal to in ranges? Because there is no equal to in domains, so that's why we're not adding equal to in the ranges. Simple as that. Acha, what's that? What was that? Question 10. You could open the bracket. ठीक है, आप bracket open करके कर लो, बात एक ही है. Answer same ही आएगा. Sir, do you have tips for CIs? Because we know what to do, but they get confused looking at the question. I mean, we see the solution. A good idea would be to make a rough sketch. I cannot emphasize enough, especially for questions such as domain and range, and if it's a quadratic function, make a rough sketch. If it's equation of circles, make a rough sketch. Make a rough sketch. That will give you a better perspective. Okay, so, and especially if it comes to like functions, domain and range, then plug in values. That's the best way to figure it out. Plug in values, there's no shortcut. Don't look for shortcuts, basically. That's my advice to you. Don't look for shortcuts. Don't look for easy ways out. There aren't any. Okay, so I'll stop here. I'll see if I can connect tomorrow and do like a revision or something. No guest paper, no nothing. I don't do guest papers. These mocks was a way to prepare you guys for what is to come. But इसके बाद guest paper की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. ठीक है? And my suggestion to you guys honestly would be to avoid guest papers. Okay, it just messes up with your mind honestly. ठीक है? So I'll stop here. See you guys inshallah tomorrow. And good luck. Jate jate, if you haven't liked the stream, please do that. And also, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that either. Take care. Allah Hafiz.